At least in Deep of Night it should be. But that's more effort that they have to put in, so. Yeah, Yui. Am I like in the game? Oh. I can barely freaking read that. Oh, I can move. Oh. Holy shit, this game is way too loud. Sorry guys, you guys are like going deaf, I think. Oh, that's better. Yeah, this game might destroy your ears, chat. Just be warned. You have been warned. This is a puppet combo game, so... kinda scary. We'll see. You hate scary games. Another night shift taking the alcoholics to their watering hole and Johns to their ladies in waiting. Hmm?
I've gotta finish that degree.
Gotta finish that degree.
My chariot awaits.
There's voice acting. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. The audio mixing in this game seems kind of bad. I can barely fucking hear the guy talking.
Need to grab my keys from the office first.
I thought he was fucking saying gibberish at first.
Hopefully Jerry doesn't notice I'm late.
My trusty steed. Need my keys and I can get this night over with. Damn, bro. I'm like... Dude, I'm fucking waddling everywhere. What is this? The machine stole my quarter once. We don't clock in anymore. Oh. Is there, like... Bruh, these sound of... Oh my god. There was a key. Oh.
Jerry?
Jerry?
Maximilian.
Oh, hey, Jerry. Just grabbing my keys.
Thought you sneaked by old Jerry, did you?
Nah, it's not like that, Jerry. I was just...
You keep this up. I'll have you back to selling that second-rate stank hole of yours behind the liquor store again. Giving out those 2-for-1 spit and stick deals. Feel me?
Yeah, sure, Jerry. Won't happen again.
Good. Now go out there and get me my money. Ho.
What the? Am I a hooker? A male hooker? Barry's van, it suits him. Forgotten lunch. And listen to the radio in my car. Use box. Is mine the one with the flashing light? Oh, I just couldn't get in from the other side. That makes sense. Hi, Jerry. The one with the amazing model or the cardboard ones? What if I wanted the cardboard taxi? Whoops. Thing turns like really fast. Oh, radio. Am I gonna play Mega Bonk?
Hey, buddy.
I don't know.
Yeah?
What's the charge if I piss on the seat?
I don't know. How much a knuckle sandwich costs these days?
Not worth it. Prefers to place on the double then. By the old water tower.
Okay. Am I gonna play the Forest with Lobos? Okay, are you just trolling me at this point? I've already played the Forest with Lobos. Well, we played Sons of the Forest, actually. But no, we don't have plans to play the first one, if that's what you're asking. Where does he want to go? You want to go to Silly Billy's? What do you say, McPherson Place? I don't know where the hell I'm going. Do I have a GPS? Don't think so. Oh yeah, he said by the water tower. Am I gonna play the new RE4 Seed? Well, that's not how it works. I don't know, man. Maybe once the new randomizer update comes out. He's gonna piss on the seat 100%. Don't you fucking do it, buddy.
Yeah. Pull in this parking lot. Thanks, amigo.
$1.50.
A dollar? Inflation these days. Here you go.
All right. Better get back to it.
Oops. Where am I going? This is not how I expected this game to be. Not that I mean, it's... I don't mind. Grubby D Motel. Can I blast through these signs? Kind of figured as much. This is the full game. Wish I could like drift or something. What's over here? The Bolorama. Gotta go through there. There's a ladder. Where the heck am I going, dude? Back to the taxi place? I don't know, he just said that I should get back to it. But I don't know who the hell I'm supposed to pick up. Can I even get out of the car?
Care for a cigar, Mr. Thorpe? I got some cigars in the dash there.
No.
Well, no reason for you to carry a chip on your shoulder, Mr. Thorpe.
Oh, really? Well, I don't like this fool stunt.
Well, I don't see it as a fool stunt at all. I really don't. I think it's the only way you're gonna unload this house. Ordinary selling methods won't work in a case like this. Now, don't forget the reputation saddling this house. 4 suicides since 1939. You know what people call it. The death trap.
Yes. It's a lot of nonsense.
Sure, but try to convince people of that. Anyway, when this disc jockey offered me this...
Aha.
The tunnel.
The tunnel?
Did I stutter? Make haste before I anger.
chance to kill all the rumors about...
Yeah, this game is kind of like Rides with Strangers in a way.
I just naturally jumped and took him up at it. Especially...
You looking to party? There's this great place under the tunnel. I can get you in.
Oh, that sounds cool.
No, I still have a while left on my shift. Thanks, though.
Fuck! Keep your fucking mouth shut the rest of the way. Hey. And don't look back here.
Where's the tunnel? Like, oh my god. This is the water tower. They didn't give me a map or nothing. The one before the bowling thing? Actual Uber driver going around in circles. Yep. Gloria's holes. You want to go here? We're just learning the layout, chat. Okay, this is the bar where I dropped that other guy off. And then to the left here is back to the taxi place. That's Silly Billy's. Oh, right. Okay, wait. I think I know where I'm supposed to go. I think I understand. We just gotta go straight here. It's just down this winding path, the tunnel. It was over here.
That'll be 4 quarters.
I only have 5
That works.
here.
Thank you. Someone trying to get in my car?
We interrupt your listening.
Jesus.
For important APB. It has just been reported that the police are on a manhunt tonight. All citizens are urged to stay indoors if you can, but if you can't, please stay diligent and on the lookout for anyone suspicious. Reports have not been confirmed, but our reporters indicate this could be due to the discovery of yet another Skinfreak victim. If so, the Skinfreak very well could be in the vicinity of the lower downtown.
Oh, great.
Please reach out to authorities if you have anything to report. We now return to your scheduled programming.
That murder had to have happened just a couple of blocks away. Really wish I wasn't working tonight.
Well, it's all good. Maybe somebody needs to get picked up over here. Bam, bam, bam. Huh?
Since it don't cost a cent.
I don't know if people need pickups. This thing fucking when you're going slow, this thing turns like ass. I'm gonna go back. This game is kind of chill so far, yeah. I have a feeling we're gonna be leaving the taxi at some point. Alright, well, let's just do a trip around the block, see if anybody needs... Maybe Gloria needs our help? Oh. And this town is fucking dead, though. There's no cars. I guess it's because the Skinfreak is out.
Why, thank you, Sonny. You have perfect timing. Oh, I wouldn't want to be working tonight. Did you hear about the Skinfreak?
Yeah, just heard about it on the radio.
I saw the crime scene, you know. Passed by it just an hour ago. Real nasty stuff. It was definitely his work.
That's terrible.
Not an inch of skin was left on that poor woman. Strong.
Oops.
Looked like she was thrashed around a lot. Judging by the blood all over the place. What a way to go. Skin peeled back layer by layer like an onion, strung upside down in the back of some alley. Take me to McLean Avenue, would you?
By the bowling alley. You've got it.
Oh, bowling alley. Okay. I know just where to go. She does know a lot. She's just a concerned old lady. It's fine. The bowling alley this way or the other way? I think it's the other way, right? Oh yeah, this is the shitty motel. Damn it, dude. Fucking turning around this game's a pain in the ass. Oh shit.
I saw him once, you know.
Sorry, so who?
Why, the Skinfreak, of course.
What do you mean?
Well, it was early last year. I was up late because my cat, Mr. Buttery Nubbins, was sick. You see, I had given him a new brand of...
You saw the Skinfreak?
Why, yes, son, I do believe I did. I was up late in my back garden soothing my poor Nubbins when I heard a commotion by my neighbor's house. We have a large wooden fence separating our properties, so I quietly approached it and peeked through one of the cracks. I thought maybe it was a burglar or some vandals. I wish it was. Oh, I wish it was.
What did you see?
There wasn't much light, but oh lordy, the shape of this man. He didn't seem real. Like a nightmare ripped straight from a sick mind. He was so misshapen, with parts sticking out where they shouldn't be, folds of I don't know what wrapped around him, like a Christmas present. The sound he made when he would move, just a wet, squishy sound every time he took a step. Slosh, squish, slush.
Squelch.
He had his back to me, so I didn't see his face. He was trying to open the window to my good neighbor's bedroom. I must have let out a gasp because he turned to me and he just stared at me. I know he saw me, even though his face was shrouded by shadows. I could just feel his eyes boring into me. Then, after what felt like hours, but was surely only mere seconds, he just turned and walked away into the night.
Hey, Spicy Tuna, thank you for the 76 months.
And that was that.
Lady, you just really really made me wish I wasn't working tonight.
Oh, don't worry, honey. If little old me could scare him off, I'm sure a strapping young man like yourself will be just fine.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't like old ladies. Maybe he wants the young skin.
There you go, Sonny. I believe this should cover it.
Man, this is a bum. Whatever. I'm gonna need a coffee. Bet Gloria has a nice pot waiting just for me.
Let's go to Gloria's Holes. Nice little pot of coffee. Nope, wrong way. Shit. Yeah, somebody was on the top of the car. It's fine. Oh! Can I drive IRL? I live in the US, so yes. You kind of have to drive here. Is Gloria's Holes on this side or the other side? I think it's this side. Anything back here?
Hey, what's happening, Max?
The usual. Just putting in my hours as the nighttime chauffeur to the local circus clowns.
You know, you look like you could use a coffee.
Gloria, you diagnosed me better than my urologist.
Someone's gotta look out for you, kid. Be right back.
Really need to use the bathroom. Oh. Hope nobody's in here with me. Ah, that's better. Gloria? Hold on, I'll be right back, chat. I actually need to use the restroom too. All right. Well, Gloria is still out there making our coffee.
Here you go.
Thanks.
I'm surprised you stopped in. What with you having a customer and all.
What do you mean?
Oh, that's weird.
What?
I thought I saw someone in the back seat of your cab.
Oh, ruh-roh.
Guess I was just seeing things. Well, hope that coffee helps you get through the night.
I'm sure it will. Thanks, G.
Don't mention it.
Thanks,
Stay
G.
safe out there.
Big G. He's fucking way taller than me. Or maybe I'm just fucking short. Yeah, that's the Elapov with Mika. He just saw stuff, it's fine.
Thank God. I didn't think any cabs were in this late. Just flew in from Albuquerque, and boy are my wings tired. Wait, I mean my arms are tired.
If it makes you feel any better, even if you did nail the delivery, I wouldn't have left.
Sorry, just got done with a practice set at the comedy club. Ever?
Can't say that I have.
Well, don't. It's full of hacks like me. I should have just drove, but I'm trying to walk more. Oh, can you take me to Grubby D Motel?
Sure can.
Grubby D Motel? Oh, I got you.
Just passing through?
You sure about
What?
that? I'm not liable for a penny.
Not a cent. We're doing.
Staying at the motel. You're just passing through our fine city?
Oh no, I plan on staying.
Where'd you come from?
A ways out. Some small town a few counties over. Just got a new job at the Bon Plaza.
That place is on the outskirts for sure.
I'm just shacking up at this shithole until I could find an apartment.
Gotcha. You picked a real fine establishment.
Oh, you're familiar with the place? All I've seen are transients like me and prostitutes.
Anyway, we'll be there soon.
I didn't want to cut off the dialogue.
Hey, thanks for the ride.
No problem. That'll be $2.
Here you are.
The fuck?
Max, answer me.
Gary?
Turns out I got a hot date tonight. Come back to the shop and close up.
You sure, boss?
Yes, I'm sure. I don't care about no other customers. Get your ass back here and lock everything up.
I...
Guess Jerry can hold his load and took off.
Close up the garage doors. Okay.
Alright, I just need to drop my keys off in the office and I can finally go home.
Is there anything back there? Listen, this guy has really short legs. He can only move so fast. Oh!
Alright, so let me get this straight. You got home from your little comedy club, and you find your room broken into and torn apart like this.
Yes.
Are you sure you didn't just leave it like this?
Yes!
Ma'am, please, I'm going to need you to calm down. Any valuables stolen?
Only literally everything I own?
So, no. Just a sec while I jot that down. Okay, and you want us to do what?
Find the person who broke into my room, stole my stuff, and left that overtly threatening message on my wall.
Alright. Do you have any enemies?
Like I was trying to explain to you, I know exactly who it is. My
Oh, you saw who broke in? Why didn't you just say so?
No, I didn't see him, but I know who it is. He's the whole reason I'm staying at this flea bag posing as a motel trying to stay low.
Oh, this is the girl that we took them up to the motel.
If you could please stop interrupting me as I was saying.
Attention all units. All available units report to Jerry's taxi service.
Nice catch. I mean, I'm not saying it's some, like, grand revelation. I just didn't realize.
Attention. Suspect believed to be the Skinfreak. All units report now.
Oh, shit! Lady, if this happens again, give us a call. I gotta go.
Thanks for the help. Guess I better clean this place up.
Damn, she's slow as hell, too.
This late at night. Hello?
Belle? Belle, this is is your boss, Mr. Bond.
Yes, I know who you are, Mr. Bond.
Well, I'm in a serious predicament wrapped around a pickle inside a bind.
What's, wrong?
I've got my days mixed up. Holy hell, did I get them mixed up. You know that software update we were doing next month?
Sure do.
Well, next month turned out to be this month. And this month ends tonight.
What? I can't even begin to install it. We don't have the software.
I know. I arranged an overnight delivery. The software will be delivered to the office tonight. Belle, we really need this up and running before tomorrow. Can you please, Belle, believe me, even with my bad back, I am in the middle of my living room in my unmentionables on my hands and knees here. Can you please go in tonight and make sure it's installed on all our computers?
Well, I'm gonna need a big bonus.
I'll give you half a week's extra pay if you do it. And you get tomorrow off, of course.
Well, I could use the money.
Every red-blooded American could. You'll do it?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Belle, you have saved my life, and maybe even my mortal soul. You're Employee of the Month for the next quarter.
Alright, I'll head out right now.
Thank you. I hired a private delivery service. They might have even already delivered it before you get in. Thanks again.
Got a creeping feeling under my skin. This is going to be a long night.
Under your skin. He's reliable and has got me this far. Oh, we're already here. We don't have to drive. There's a gas station over there. Can I go that way? Okay. Well, we're probably gonna go there later.
I have my wristwatch set to buzz every hour.
Oh. Game is automatically saved. Nice. Can't run? Nope. Okay. Thanks. Probably read the instructions on the desk to brush up on some things. New employees, please remember that you could check your inventory by pressing the I key. You also have a notebook. After opening your inventory, clicking on the notebook symbol in the bottom left corner of the screen will open your notebook. Important information will be stored here, so if you are stuck, be sure to check your notes. Wait. What? I think that just crashed the game. Yeah. Interesting. Is it fucking loading the game? Okay, let's not click the notebook, I guess. Dream that I used to have as a kid. Every night for months, I would have the same nightmare. I would be in a place all alone and wander around for a while until eventually, a man wearing a face he stapled to himself like a mask would chase me and catch me easily. Glad I grew out of those dreams. Only need to install the software on the computers in my office. Yeah, Abiotic Factory has been fun. We're gonna play more on Saturday. Name this plant Chuck. Oh, there's a key. Weird. Okay, there's got to be a way out of this, but I just don't know how. Dude, this is so weird. Oh my god, there's a... God, who designed this shit, bruh? That is dumb as hell. Need to find quarters.
Evening, Steve.
Evening? It's the dead of night, Belle. What are you doing here at this time?
Need to install some new software before tomorrow. Boss ordered overnight shipping. It was supposed to be delivered by now.
Must be running late.
Oh, that's perfect. Well, whenever you do see the delivery man, can you send him straight up?
Ma'am, yes ma'am.
Thank you, Steve. Anything exciting
Anything
tonight?
exciting happened today?
So, I assume you didn't hear the news from a half hour ago? There was quite a bit of excitement around here.
No, I was busy the past few hours. What happened?
Well, damn, Belle. It was pretty grim stuff. You know the new guy up in your office?
Harold? Yeah, what about him?
Oh, it's terrible. I don't even know where to start.
What is it? He get in an accident?
No. He was killing people, Belle.
What are you talking about?
There were a couple Skinfreak murders earlier tonight. Not all of the details are out, but detectives found some evidence at the crime scene and showed up at Harold's house. They busted in and... oh, lordy. I don't know exactly what police found in there, but they confirmed that Harold was in fact the Skinfreak.
What?
They found two women chained up in a soundproofed room. One was already dead. The other, I can't even say. The things he did was straight up vile. The sicko apparently converted his basement into a torture dungeon. They found DNA of at least 6 other women down there. All missing persons.
Holy shit. And you're sure it was our Harold?
Yeah, it's all over the news. That's why I was surprised you came in here all cheery. I guess it makes sense, though, if you didn't know.
I kinda don't want to know any more about it. I'm gonna be creeped out all night being up in the office alone now.
I bet. Especially since he hasn't been caught yet.
What?
Oops. I probably shouldn't have said that.
What do you mean he hasn't been caught yet?
Well, he wasn't at his house when police raided it. And now don't worry. The police already checked this place from top to bottom, too. In fact, you just missed them. They left about 10 minutes ago. They're having a real manhunt out there tonight.
Goodness gracious.
You're telling me. Now don't worry. I'll be right down here and monitoring the cameras like a hawk. Nothing's gonna hurt you in there.
Thanks, Steve. How are you?
Oh, I can't complain much. Got my coffee, a space heater. My radio stories come on soon. Missing one thing, though.
What's that?
I usually have a big old chocolate donut to cap things off, but I dropped it on the floor.
There's a 5-second rule, you know.
Then I accidentally stepped on it.
Yeah, now that would give me second thoughts.
And I slipped and fell ass first into it.
Rest in peace, chocolate donut.
And my new pants. Now they look like I didn't beat IBS all those years ago. If I only had another chocolate donut.
Hint noted.
Bye, Steve. I like Steve. This is a new installation. Maybe it's not working yet. Fuck is this? The door is stuck or something? Oh!
I assist you.
Jesus.
Who are you?
I am Miss Apple, advanced pseudo peeking. I seem to have misplaced the information for what the L stands for.
So you run Lost and Found?
Yes, it is my sole duty. If you have lost something, there is a 99% chance that I can find it.
I lost my dignity. Can you find it for me?
To lose something, you must first possess it.
Ouch. Is that a real brain?
No, my creator made prosthetic eyes and brains to make me appear more welcoming.
How do you find things?
I can access almost any part of the building using ducts and pre-made tunnels.
Wow, I had no idea this was being installed.
It was in your emails, Belle.
I lose an item, Miss Apple will find it for me. I should keep that in mind if I misplace something or forget where I left it.
Hey, is there anyone else in the building?
There's you, that nice Mr. Steve, and I am at a crossroads. I am not programmed to gossip.
What do you mean?
I believe someone else entered the building while the security guard was elsewhere. But building safety is not my area of service. I could also be mistaken. These eyes are fake, you see.
I see. Help me find...
Okay. Interesting. Interesting mechanic. So I guess we can leave stuff if we need to. Oh, we need a flashlight. Alright, let's go upstairs. Hey, I'm Chaos. Thank you so much for the 32 months. Jermies, thank you for the 6 months. Diz, thank you for the gifted sub. Killer Duist, thank you for the 30 months. There's a lot of floors. Sheesh. Okay, fire extinguisher is on floor 2, chat. Remember that. There's probably fire extinguishers on every floor, honestly, but maybe not. No, I didn't ask you. I asked chat. I didn't ask that guy in particular. Locked. All right, floor 4. Yeah, I did play my side. Office kitchen. Ooh, a water cooler. Nice crisp water. If I have a cup, I could fill it up here. These are actually cups that are made of plastic. Okay. Can I take one? Trash is backed up. It's the Silent Hill puzzle. Bread, bananas, more cups, paper towels. Ooh, I got a mug. Can only eat beans if my grandma makes them. Teapot. Jalapenos. Soup, Chef Boyardee, for hardy boys only. Pizza. Oh, we got a donut for our boy! An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Best believe I already had mine today. I hate doctors so much, you have no idea. Milk, good for your bones. Probably why I've never broken a bone in my entire life, knock on wood. Good old spite. At the end of the day, it's the only thing you need to keep on trucking. Soap. Coffee maker? Should be some grounds around here somewhere. Pan. Toaster. Maybe I can make some coffee. I don't know where the coffee grounds are, though. Aw, the radio doesn't work. Oh, maybe they're down below. Ah. I don't have enough space for that. Okay, hold on. I need to... Pressing I on my keyboard is like so awkward. I'm gonna bind it to my mouse. Okay. Pour out the water. Ah, delicious. I already feel the caffeine flowing through my veins. Belle's speed increased? Oh, shit! Woohoo! Can I get more speed? 1 cup is enough for me. Chemicals. Water. Ever since I had that trip to Italy and had the bottled mineral water, I just can't go back to our drinking water. Soda. Coca-Cola. I'm more of a Spike girl myself. Alright. Hey, speed buff. And all right, let's go back to floor 1 and give Steve the donut.
Got you a little something, Steve.
A new hip?
Not quite. Here you go.
Hell yeah! Thanks, kid. My sugar was getting a little low. I owe you one.
You're welcome, Steve. Something that will fit and work as a makeshift button. You know what? Actually, hold on. I am gonna get some water, just in case we need that, from the office. I can water the plant. Yeah, I can water Chuck. Is that what she called it? Ooh, coin. Another fire extinguisher here. Okay, the office key has been used. I gotta say, I like this game. This is cool. Like, I like that we're actually a good amount of like exploration. Mr. Bound's hat he must have left behind. Weird, I've never seen him without it. It's a game. Looks like someone forgot some paperwork on their way out. Nothing that concerns me. Nice scenic painting. This is a rendering of a local place, Quiet Brooks. I think everyone just calls it Booty Creek now, though. Reminds me of when my dad used to take me camping. He'd tell me the scariest stories of skinwalkers, witches, and disfigured cannibals. We had a lot of fun back then, how the times change. Buttons on this TV haven't worked since forever. It can only be turned on using the remote, but we keep losing it. Oh. I'd actually never seen one of these in real life until I started working here. Cuckoo clock. Cuckoo clock. Mr. Bound, we need to order Fatty Cakes a new keyboard. Again, he got it so sticky that there's no use in cleaning it. He can't even log in because the keys stick. I think you're gonna have to have another conversation with him about cooking in the office. Looks like Lucy was calculating out a down payment. She and her husband-to-be are buying a house soon. Lucy, can you forward me that important collage you were working on? I would like to show it to an investor. I believe he'll get a real kick out of it. And Karen. What do you think is up with Harold today? He's usually so nice, but lately he's been so nervous I think it's starting to rub off on me. What is it? Love trouble? Cancer? I had a cousin once who was diagnosed, but it actually turned out to be just a weird growth on the side of his... oops. Bond is coming in. Talk to you later. House of the Necromancer. Aww. Meow. Hey, Wolf. Thank you for the Prime sub. It was all a misunderstanding, babe. Come back home and I'll explain everything. I promise it wasn't what it looked like. You know I would never do anything to hurt you. If you're not back in our apartment in the next hour, I will find you and crack your fucking skull. Maybe doing it a second time will reverse whatever fucked up brain damage I caused you that you would treat me like this. Come back. Ruh-roh. Ooh. Pressing escape will quit the game. I stand before the house where all the villagers tell me the necromancer dwells. The night is still with a slight breeze, where if you listen close enough, you can perhaps hear the wailings of the deceased. I cannot listen to them tonight. It It is not revenge, nor a noble deed that leads me to this house of evil. I shift the heavy weight I am carrying across my left shoulder. I draw the sheet tight around its still form, not wanting to look at what lies beneath. I must find this necromancer and make right the pain swelling in my heart. Coyotes howl in the night. No doubt they have followed the trail of blood I have leaked behind me. I must act fast. I know not these rituals work, but I assume the sooner after the tragedy, the better the chance of success. I promise you I will bring you back to this earth yet. Spirits of my ancestors will curse me for the rest of my days for displaying such carelessness with a family heirloom. Grass is wet with the midnight dew. A full moon tonight, the spirits will be extra restless. This window has been broken, it's too high for me to reach, however, I'd rather keep my boots on the solid ground. No doubt the home to a devious creature. Best leave it alone and stay on task. Windows have been boarded up. You poke your sword into the tree trunk. Immediately, a clawed hand reaches out and swipes at your face. For a moment, you think you successfully dodged the attack. Then the blood starts to dribble down your face and a sickening, peeling sound is heard. You feel the breeze on your now exposed muscles and tendons and let out a scream. You have been killed. I feel like I can almost hear its ghostly cries being carried by the midnight wind. Oh, maybe I can kill it. Oh. Just as I suspected, a hidden key was placed inside this poor soul's cranium. Apologize for the desecration, but I'm sure your spirit will understand that I hunt your killer this night. Oops. Looking into the entryway is similar to staring into an endless dark void. Now that the door is open, I can move across its threshold. Step across the threshold and immediately can feel the evil in this house. I best tread lightly. Who knows what horrors the necromancer surrounds himself with. Door is locked. I see no light nor hear any movement coming from the other side. The skinned face is displayed as decoration. Strange though, the frame and its surroundings are covered in dust and cobwebs, but the blood is still fresh. Okay, so that's outside. This room looks like it was once a study, a chessboard and telescope being the most prominent objects in this room. There's an unfinished game in progress. Can't attack the chessboard or interact. Even though through the boarded window frame, you can make out the brightly lit night sky. A large green crescent moon focusing on it makes it seem to glow. One of our dimmer suns focusing on it makes... Okay. Medium-sized pink planet. Medium-sized purple planet with a green ring. Red planet with a blue ring on around it. Cluster of bright green stars. Tiny red planet with an orange stripe. Do they all seem to glow? An old faded chart hangs from the wall. Even though its condition is poor, I can still tell that it depicts a constellation. While I recognize the planets, I do not understand the text that is written across it. It's some ancient rune language. I feel it's important. Dusty jar. I can't see what's inside, but I know it's not pickles, unless these particular pickles have eyes and a nose. Colorful liquids fill these vials. I'm not touching them. Yeah. The large book sits apart from the others. It has a crude drawing of a monstrous face. It stares back at me with hollow eyes and a large gaping mouth. I dare not touch this book. I can tell its pages hold untold evils. The skull has been fashioned into a candle. The flame flickers and illuminates the area with an eerie glow. Moldy old tombs align the top shelf. Tomes. The arcane titles make my skin shiver. How to skin a toad, making friends with the dead, hell isn't that hot, necromancer's cookbook, boiled boils. Ew. Alright, well, maybe we got what we needed there. Door is closed and will not budge. Okay, so that's the door, and then we can go up the staircase here, I think. I send the creaking stairwell onto the top of a landing. I could have swore I heard another pair of footsteps behind me. Hold on, I'm gonna go back down. I'm gonna go through the door. Making my way down a dark hallway, at the end I see a vile sleeping goblin. He seems to be guarding a door. You lunge at the snoozing greenie. The element of surprise gives you the first blow as you cleave your sword into his shoulder. However, in his drug-fueled rage, Bob is faster and stronger than you anticipated. One brutal swing of his axe, he cleaves your head off and it's lights out. Luckily for you, you are not able to see the aftermath as he screams his battle cry and drinks your blood. Luckily, we were able to view your demise. You are dead in case it isn't clear. Tray with a white powdery substance cut into lines. What a no-good druggo. Maybe I could sneak past him if he's crashed. Can't believe it, it's the local thug Mog Grob Hobbob. I always knew he was a low-down scoundrel, but I never thought he'd be in leagues with the necromancer. Here's he's guarding the door. He's snoring softly. I wonder if I can creep by him. Yeah, I thought maybe I could take his weapon. An atmospheric painting of a cemetery. Rummage through the drawers, but find nothing other than cobwebs and rat droppings. I have to sneak by that green thug first. Let's try it. Oh, okay. Not sure if we can do that yet. Table is covered in dust. A paltry lone candle sits atop it. The house is dark, but I can see well enough to not need it. Beautiful stained glass made by the glassmiths of the southern continent, judging by its attention to detail and fine craftsmanship. There was a small hole in the wall behind the painting. Doesn't look like there's anything inside. Here's something. Looks like a white game piece was lodged inside. Who would put this here? Oh, we got a chess piece. That's back down, right? Okay, so there's only... It's locked. You made a fatal move on the board. The weirdo screams at you, beats you to a pulp, and then rips out your intestines before your very eyes. The last thing you see as your vision fades and your soul begins its journey to the other side is pearly white needle-length teeth biting into your insides like candy. You are dead. Where do I put this, chat? I don't know how to play chess, and honestly, every time there's a chess puzzle in a game, it fucking pains me. I need to learn. Man lunges out from the table and screams as you make the winning move. Flames burst from his hollowed eye sockets as he curses you and burns away into a heap of ash, leaving something behind on the board. An old key, it's covered in slime. Musty, dank smell spills forth. Whatever's in there has not had basic hygiene as a priority in a long time. Holy hells, you've never seen one in person before, but you can easily tell that the man sitting sullenly in the cage is a dwarf. Even in this pathetic state, his bright orange hair seems to almost glow and his muscles pulsate instinctively. He does not acknowledge your presence. You debate whether or not you should speak to him. The top half of this corpse is nailed firmly in place to the cross. The corpse is rotting and the lower half is detached and fallen to the floor. Splintered wooden table, luckily there's no strange man underneath this one. You approach the sullen-looking dwarf carefully. He seems to have been trapped in the cage for a long time. You there, you gulp, friend or foe. The dwarf slowly raises his head, his emerald green eyes lock with yours. You notice a glimpse of shame behind those eyes. He breathes in deeply. I'm nothing these days. He gestures around his filthy cage, just a wizard's plaything and a disgrace to my people. The dwarf then looks you up and down. He pauses when he sees the wrapped figure you're carrying. Then his eyes lower and he sees your sword. He motions for it. Manling, lend me your terribly crafted blade for a few moments. I won't be long. You are about to do so, then hesitate. Why, you ask? The dwarf is annoyed. So that I can put an end to my shame, Manling. Come, come. Hand it over and you can have it back promptly. You take a step back. No. You compose yourself. You ask him, what is your name, mighty warrior? The dwarf pouts and crosses his arms. You people who are unable to comprehend the runic languages cannot pronounce it. You can call me Burp. Start. Well, Burp, I may not know the ancient runes as you do, but I will free you from this cage. Surely it can't be too difficult. The dwarf is even more annoyed. Of course it is. These bars are cursed with strong dark magic and the lock is invulnerable. Leave it to dirty humans, no offense meant, to resort to such trickery. You try to reassure the suicidal squat. Hang tight, I'll get you out. The dwarf just grunts in response and goes back into the world within his mind. You ask the dwarf if he knows what is written on the chart. Of course I do, Manling. Do you not know your own mother tongue? The planets live and breathe as we do. They all have names, preferences, and are created to be viewed by us lesser beings. This chart tells of which planets are the most vain and demanding of attention from most to least. The first and most gaudy of all of them is Garrus, a proud and round red planet with a blue ring. The second is Fatum, said to be the most beautiful of all, crescent moon with 2 orange rings. I'm writing it down. Where my people originated from centuries ago. Third are the twins, Brutus and Brutal. They are considered one or two small blue and pink planets. Southern sky. When twins are born, it is said the mother has been blessed and favored by these two. Fourth is the powerful and bright Solaria, a burning orange sun, northern sky. She has pride and passion rolled into one burning mass to remind us the light always shines in darkness. Lastly is the mysterious Jumper, medium-sized blue planet, 2 red moons. It also has 3 stripes that run across it. You weren't paying attention to what I said, Manling. You may ask me again the order in which the plan is like to be viewed. Maybe have a quill and parchment available next time, though. I do not enjoy repeating myself. I wonder if you can actually take notes. Interesting. Alright. Like, in-game, rather. I don't know. I don't know if I just need to click them in the right order or if, like, I don't know what this is for, but a burning orange sun, northern sky, medium-sized blue planet, 2 red moons. With 3 stripes. Oh, it did something. Colorful blue planet with 2 red moons close in orbit. Focusing on it makes it seem to glow. That did something. I don't know what it did, but the chart is gone now. Oh, the bookshelf moved, revealing a hammer behind it. Maybe the stars truly do show the way. Carefully use the hammer to wrench out the nails and then lower the corpse off the cross. It is in danger of disintegrating in my hands. Go back outside. I'm not sure what I'm missing. Well, this is a game. I'm playing a game on a computer right now, Auntie, inside the game. Pretty sure I tried the sword on this. I'm actually kind of confused. I really don't know. Oh. I never clicked the rug. Peeking through the cracks, I think I could see a corpse underneath. Its eyes are thankfully closed. I used the hammer to pry up the boards. Look at that. Bloody key was hidden beneath the floorboards. I thought I saw a corpse underneath earlier, but I no longer see any evidence of it. It's not like I could have gotten up and left, right? Now that the door is open, you could smell the strong scent of blood wafting out into the hallway. Holy gods, it seems like a mad flesh butcher has used this room for many years. Put me back together. A lower half of a torso sits on the bloody table. I need a head. This thing is breathing, however, it does not show any other signs of life. It's as still as a statue. Judging by the cobwebs around it, it hasn't moved a muscle in a very long time. There's a hole in its head and brains splattered on the floor. It clawed its own brains out. By the gods, can this be? Why, yes it is. A dragon tooth saw. These are almost impossible to forge and are priceless. Oh, this is from Dark Souls 1. In most kingdoms, they are outright outlawed to possess. They can cut through any material, whether built by skilled hands or formed by the darkest of magic. I guess we can kill the goblin now. Shambles toward me, I must act quick. Managed to slay the hideous reanimated corpse. It lays motionless at my feet. I don't even want to look at it anymore. Maybe I can cut through the cursed padlock like butter. Sully Squat looks up at you. He can't believe it. Alright, well there you are. Burp blinks and then steps outside his cage. His eyes immediately shoot towards a large ornate warhammer propped up against a wall in the far corner. Burp grabs it and a wicked smile forms across his lips. Come, manling, let's find this reviver of the dead. Me and my hammer would like a few words with this worm. Alright, we'll use Burp on the goblin. Ignoring stealth, the dwarf warrior lets out a battle cry that makes your heart stop. Bob opens his eyes, and in the split second he had to see the package of pure muscle and rage charging at him, he let out a weak whimper. Yes, even the stupid goblin Druggo is smart enough to know that there is no escaping a dwarf warrior's fury. In speed that you did not know he possessed, Burp swings his mighty tree trunk-sized arms and slams the hammer into the side of Bob's head. The explosion of brain matter, teeth, and blood erupts all over the walls and the dwarf. Bob slinks into his chair. The dwarf looks towards the door Bob was guarding and then back at you with a wicked smile on his face. After you, he bows grandly and gestures towards the door that is now unguarded. We enter the altar room. Surely the dark wizard must be here. Acid. It's full of acid. I can't open it with my hands. Using the hammer, I smash the jar of acid. Unfortunately, it melts in the process, and I have to quickly throw it down before any of the acid drips onto me. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. There's a strange symbol drawn on the floor. You step closer and bend down to inspect it. You've never seen these inscriptions before. Burp fidgets with his hammer behind you, no doubt getting nervous. The next thing you know, the center of the symbol bursts into flames. You stumble backwards as within a blink of an eye, a red-cloaked figure stands before you. The necromancer is here. How dare you infiltrate my lair? The sinister voice cracks. Answer me. Who are you? You think about what you should do next. The element of surprise is long gone. Burp! Get him! Fool, the old crone crackles. It is rare that my victims are the ones seeking me out. I will put your flesh to good use. You stand tall and brave. I'll spare your life if you do me this one command. The dark wizard is taken aback by your brashness. A wicked smile forms on his face. Playfully, he croaks. Oh, and what command might that be? You bend down and carefully lay your deceased best friend at the necromancer's feet. Its face falls out from the sheets. The necromancer's laugh fills the room. A mutt? You come all this way for a low-down animal? Suddenly, the strange symbols light up when they come into contact with the fresh blood. An explosion of flame, the limp corpse of your dog is transformed into a hideous mockery. Bonar's familiar eyes, replaced by an infernal nothingness. My boy, it makes sense that his spirit is enraged. He died defending me. I know he's still my pal. I have to calm his soul in some way. Pick up the old crone's bloody severed arm. I dip the rat bastard's arm in the acid. Within seconds, the rotten, diseased skin is stripped clean, and I'm left with a perfect gleaming white bone. Here, boy. Can it be, my boy? It is you. Come here, boy. I thought I lost you. As you reunite with your faithful companion, the wounded necromancer attempts to take this opportunity to slink away. However, he runs into a squat, familiar fellow. Not so easy to cast your spells anymore with one arm, eh? Bellows the 4-foot-tall mound of muscle. The necromancer looks up, thinking his words carefully before continue. And he's dead. Before the necromancer can utter a word, the room fills with a bellowed laughter as Burp brings down his mighty hammer and cracks open the necromancer's skull like an egg hitting the pavement. Burp kicks the necromancer's newly spilled brains across the room and then spits on his corpse before turning towards you and Muggsy. Let's get out of this godforsaken house, he says. I haven't had a beer in ages, and us dwarves have to watch our figure very carefully, you know. With the necromancer slain and your best friend returned to you, the sun begins to rise. Burp pulls a flask from God's knows where and takes a hearty swig. He shakes his head in disbelief. All this for a mutt. You humans truly are touched in the head. Still, though, he muses, I do owe you a life debt, I suppose. Muggsy barks and wags his tail excitedly on the prospect of additional company. You chuckle. I've heard tale of a mad cult deeper in the woods. Seems like they have been kidnapping local children for their bloody rituals. What say we check it out? Now that we are experienced in such matters, Burp's eyes glow in excitement as he polishes off the business end of his hammer. I would like that very much, manling. Lead the way. The trio head off into the rising sun and over the hill seeking out their next adventure. The end. Oh yeah, I can press escape. Right. Well, that was fun. I don't have the software I can't install yet. Oh, right.
Hello.
Hey, Steve. Just checking to see you're still down there.
Sure am. Here all night.
All right. See you later.
I gotta say that like short little game there in the computer was actually pretty well done. That was a lot of the time the games on the computers in these horror games are like absolute ass. That was actually pretty good though. Yeah, but we're waiting for the private delivery to bring the software. Let's go up the stairs. Or down. I don't think we can go this way. Maybe this is a way to get to the 5th floor. Well, probably not. We need to find like a button. We have a quarter now. Maybe that's enough to get the key. Did I beat Ghost of Yote? I did. It was an okay game. It's not that great, to be honest. It's decent. Oh, I need more coins. Damn it. Hey Steve, what's the code? I gave you a donut. Full of water. Okay, well we have the garbage chute that is. Basement is way too dark. I need light source. I need $1. Button in the elevator is missing. The trash chute is clogged up. I think the trouble is on the 3rd floor. Yeah, this is the basement. I mean, I like that game, but I also wouldn't want to play it for like 5 hours. It was just nice. It was a nice little short game. Oh, right, we can look in these trash cans. There's probably coins. Oh, a button. The thing about Yote is they don't give you really a reason to care about the revenge story. Like, yeah, her family was like murdered, but we don't even know, like, we don't even know the backstory at all. Like, they don't explain anything. Button will fit perfectly, but it won't stay in place. I need to find a way. Oh, shit. Like, you don't really learn about... You don't learn, like, about the backstory at all, though. Like, why did the father... Like, what was the father's motives? Like, why did he do what he did? And... You know what I mean? They really don't explain, like... Just, it's hard to, like, care. And same with, like, Lord Saito. They don't really explain his, like, motivations that much. It was just kind of like... I did do all the side stuff. Yeah. Oh... I'm just gonna drop the coin then, for now. Okay, so there's a card reader. Little Nightmares 3 was kind of mid, sadly. Maybe I can water the plant. Yeah, Reanimal looks good. Can't go back out, can I? Oh, I can. Interesting. Wait, is there any trash cans out here? I'm just gonna look around a little bit. I don't think there's anything around here. But I definitely think we're gonna go over to the Joe and Sons later, I imagine. I mean, Little Nightmares 3, it's just like, I think it's a little expensive, and it's kind of a step back from Little Nightmares 1 and 2. If Little Nightmares 3 was like $30, I mean, I don't know. I don't really care that much personally about like game price, but I know a lot of people do. I just think like $40 and then there's $20 of like cosmetics for the game. There's like no unlockable outfits in Little Nightmares 3. The only way you can get them is by buying them, and it's like $20 for all the costumes. Of course you don't care, you're rich. I mean, it's not. I mean, buying games is like a business expense. How do I get on this floor? I mean, I'm doing well. I'm definitely not rich, but I mean, I guess it depends on your definition of rich, but okay, well, I don't know. Maybe we need like glue or something. Was such a dismissive comment. What the guy said? Yeah, well, welcome to Twitch chat. Oh, let me turn on the light switch. Oh, I was never over here. Oh, there's a kitty. Lock. Peaceful painting of a boat out at sea. Karen told me she painted it years ago. Karen is the office accountant, so as you can imagine, these books are wholly uninteresting. Any coins? Wonder if I'll be able to get more inventory space. February, the coldest and dreariest month of the year. Dude. Okay, there's gotta be like... Hold on. Crying, buddy? There's gotta be... the solution for this somewhere, because that's gonna take... I can't really brute force that. Looks like an older family portrait. I mean, I could, but I don't really want to, because... that would take a while. I don't know why Karen keeps a bowl of candy on her desk. We never have kids in here. I'm the only one that will come in and grab a small handful and... Oh, I guess it's for me. Is there a trash can? Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. 3 green squares. Wonder what that means. Top right, middle left, bottom center. Trying to look busy, la la la. Mr. Bond, please go back to your office so I can get back to my novel and see if Fabio is swept off his feet by the mystical unicorn maiden, please. Blah, 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 blah. From Fatty Cakes. Miss Karen, I seem to have forgotten one of the rules that you told me I should always follow when using the pewter, and I do believe I am inside a pickle. Can you help me, please? Oh yeah, that was what I was supposed to remember. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. I guess I needs to ask Belle for help when next I see her. Thank you for your time and patience in this emergent matter. I will get back to my important business now. P.S. Do you happen to have any blue crayons? From Lucy, what's with him? Yeah, he has been acting strange recently, hasn't he? He mostly just spends all his day in his office now. Maybe Mr. Bond is working him too hard. I guess they're talking about Harold. Was there anything else on the computer? I don't have dreams. It's Mr. Gigachad. Hold on, I'm gonna do a quick little stretch, chat. I'll be right back. Being a little stiff. All right, I'm back. Well, I don't really feel like we learned anything from that computer. But, okay. We saw the Giga Chad, yeah. What the hell is this? locked. I need a flashlight. Oh. Calculator, spray bottle. Binders. Bell's office. Oh, there's a pumpkin. This dude makes the air in here better to breathe. Wait, this one's plastic. Never mind. I've still been watering it though, so it's the thought that counts. Skyfreak, one of my favorite games. Or Ski Freak. Hear it's getting a sequel soon. What is this? Creek Cheek Freak. Bloodwash. Oh. The Summoning. Bloodwash is one of their other games. Jesus, what kind of joke is this? Disgusting. You just sit right there. Is there a trash can in here? Oh yeah. No coins. I'm a big Halloween fan. I leave up my decorations year-round. Gum. Oh! Okay. Well, let's finish looking around here, but that's how we can stick the button. It's for my musings. You ever get musings? Shotgun. 2D side-scroller shooter focused on over-the-top violence and a fast pace. Keep things colorful and absurd just like it came to me in my dream. I think the shotgun character has a story to her, but I'm not sure what yet. She's definitely been through a lot and will do anything to get her son back from the vicious gang. I think reading about the Womb Ripper killings and the survivor Sarah overall inspired the shotgun character. She seems like a total badass. The game too hard or there not enough dicks? When did I make that creepy old man in the backyard sprite? Work project. In the process of bringing the company into our world, taught Karen how to send an email, install automatic backups on Fatty Cake's computer, costs my sanity. Outstanding risk issues. I fear what Karen and Fatty Cakes can do with the unsupervised access. Taught Karen how to... Oh, the shotgun game is here. Mr. Bound, thank you. Hey kiddo, just wanted to let you know I appreciate how quickly you've gotten on around here. Great having some new young blood to liven the place up. Think you have a bright future ahead of you, and I hope that's here. Keep it up. And Fatty Cakes. I played the game, Bell, and I thought it was really good. You are a great game maker. At first the blood scared me, but I remembered Dad telling me about Hollywood magic and how no one is really dying, and I know it's the same thing with your games. I can't beat it yet, but I'll keep trying like Rocky did with the steps in that movie Rocky. Thank you for sharing. Horror game where you have to run and hide from your demonically possessed grandpa named Pawpaw, maybe? Start out with a flashlight, can find upgrades. Why did grandpa get possessed? Seance, Ouija board, exorcism gone wrong? Your son has been kidnapped. The diabolical scumsuckers gang is ruthless and the police will not help you. Luckily your name is Shotgun and you have a shotgun. Damn! The first guy an enemy? Dude, what is this room? Okay, let's not go in here. Maybe we can get them to come out. Maybe we can go to the right. Dude, this game is so difficult. What the heck? You got them to kill each other? Wait, can I get the other guy to shoot? Okay, I just gotta go in blasting, I think. Dude, that guy just... I don't... Oh. Oh no. No, dude! Okay, it's fine. We're getting better. Shit. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Dude. What the fuck? Oh, he still got me. Good shot. Oh, I get health. He's shanking me, dude. Okay, we got healing. Nice. Who's this guy? Well, he's in my way. Oh my god, okay. Alright, it's okay. It's okay, we're getting better. Okay, that's locked, so we don't need to go over there. Did I die to the red stuff on the... I don't know if I probably need this ammo. Okay. What the? Okay, okay. I need to. All right. Oops. Can I shoot? I guess I can shoot. Oh wait, maybe I. We need a key. Oh. I can go through. Can I go left? Okay. No, what am I doing? God dang it, chat! What? Wait, what door is unlocked? I don't understand. Huh? Oh, this one over here, I guess. Oh shit, I shot the girl. What the heck is that? Yeah, the dog is definitely not friendly. Shit. I had to see, though. Okay. No, I didn't mean to shoot the girl again. Dang it. I think I shot too many times, guys. I have no ammo left. Okay. I guess we're fine. Jesus. God damn it, dude. What? That's not good, guys. I mean, you don't have to play this game. It's just like an optional game. Well, I'm probably gonna die again. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I tried. I mean, I think it's really, I don't know if it's possible to not take damage there. Is it possible to... There we go. Shoot. Oh, that's fine. Taking one hit there. Shit. We're doing it, chat. Okay, double shot here. Oh, 2 shots. Go back and heal. I assume this door is open now. Wait, what? Sorry. I want to kill the girl, but that guy was behind her. Okay. Hold on, let's... The one extra heal. No, they're so... Oh! Oh yeah, I'm gonna try to finish it. Okay, we gotta kill 2 people here. Boom, boom. Right, it shoots the girl in the tub. Dang it, dude. I always forget about this guy. Any chance of playing Silent Hill F? I already played it and got all the endings. Well, that's not good. Ah, what am I doing? I'm so bad, dude. Okay. Fuck. Oops. Dude. Oh wait, I didn't go. God, okay, okay. All right, lock in. All right, shoot right away. Nice. Didn't get hit by this guy. No, ammo's not unlimited. I don't know why I'm going down again. I need to go to the right. It's fine. Okay, double shot. Gotta kill that guy. Okay. Double shot. Why? I guess I have to kill the lady in the bathtub. Shoot, I think I shot an extra time. Okay, oh my god, I really thought okay, 2 shots instantly to the left. No, it's 2 shots to the left, 1 shot to the right. Oops. Could have just walked back in the door. Yeah. Fuck. I shot an extra time. That might not be good. There's a hole there, but I don't think I can go to the right. Oh. I don't know. Weird. Maybe you come from below. I don't understand. I think I got it. Yippee! Congratulations, you winner. Heck yeah. That took me longer than it probably should have, but you know what? All right, I forgot about that. The congratulations thing is from, I don't know, there was like some NES game with that. Where they, well, what game was it, chat? What game is that from? Ghostbusters? Like every NES game? That's so funny, haha. Like, there's specifically one that has that typo. Unless I don't know. I don't know, man. Ghostbusters is the most famous one. I wonder if it was all from the same, like... I wonder if all the games with that typo were from the same developer. Patty Cakes is locked. I seems to have lost my orifice keys again. If someone will find them, I would be much appropriative. Last time I remember having them was when I was getting snacks, fatty cakes. Damn it, I need to get them in all the offices tonight. Gonna have to track down his lost keys. Oh, it's, well, okay. Somehow his key ended up in the vending machine. Copy machine, all reliable. It's never been defaced with an ass. Lonely figure sits on a cliffside begging the sky for something. Archive. Won't budge. It's not locked, but something is blocking it from the other side. Mr. Bound's office is locked. Well, shit. Well, we have the button to get to the fifth floor now, so...
Hello?
The hell was that?
Ouch, my ears! Sounded like an animal or something. Maybe I should call Steve and check in with him.
Steve?
Yep.
Hey, did you just call up here?
Nope. Why do you ask?
I just got a weird call. Guess it was a prank or a bad connection or something.
Best not to shrug stuff like that off. It's better to be safe than sorry. I'll keep my eyes open. You just let me know if you get a bad feeling about anything.
Alright, I will. Thanks, Steve.
No problem.
Belle, what are you doing here?
Oh.
Bond called me in to take care of something important. What are you doing here? Are you okay?
Alright, I was just plugging my phone in.
Oh,
Is something wrong? You look upset.
it's, well, it's Neil again. Him and his friends are on one of their ragers. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I just needed somewhere peaceful to stay while he cooled down.
Well, this place is like a tomb at night.
Wonder if we're ever gonna see Dist 1 make a return in one of these games.
I'll stay out of your way. I'm sure you're busy.
Nah, I appreciate having someone else around. So, did you hear about Harold?
What? No.
Jeez, it's crazy. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Lucy,
What's up,
they say
Salad?
Harold is the Skinfreak.
What?
Yeah, there's like a whole manhunt going on right now for him.
No way. But
what?
I guess I'm not too shocked. He was kind of odd. He kind of gave me the heebie-jeebies.
What's the origin of Dist
Like,
1?
when you talk to him, his mind always seemed elsewhere.
It's a picture of a character on a license, driver's license you can find on the ground in a game called Stay Out of the House, which is also made by Puppet Combo, I think.
I guess, but this? I'm not the most sociable, but you wouldn't go around thinking I was a honeymoon hacker, would you?
Yeah, I hear ya. Knowing that an absolute monster like that can be in any part of your life is an unsettling thought.
Does Steve know you're here? He didn't mention you when I talked to him earlier.
I kind of snuck by him. I didn't really feel like explaining to him why I was here.
He'd understand, but I don't blame you. So which is it? Are you a master spy that would put James Bond to shame, or does Steve need his eyes checked?
Maybe a little bit of both.
No, it's not me.
Really need some quarters for the vending machine.
I don't have any on me right now. I lost a quarter in the basement a while back, though.
Oh, in the basement.
Alright, I'll see you around.
Sure thing. I probably won't stay very long. If you need help with anything, just ask. Sometimes I have good ideas.
Alright, I'll see you.
Sure thing. If you need help with it.
Alright, let's go to floor 5.
Still no delivery. Maybe I'll run over to the store across the street. I need to eat something. Shouldn't have skipped dinner.
Imagine remembering that you lost a quarter in the basement. I mean, to be fair, I don't know what year this takes place, but a quarter is worth a bit more, I think. Used to actually be able to buy things with a quarter.
Here's an update on this evening's chilling events for our night owls. Police are still on an intense manhunt to find the individual they believe to be responsible for a string of brutal killings. Of course, I'm referring to the Skinfreak murders, a particularly gruesome set of serial killings that has left most of its victims completely skinned from head to toe. Not only were the bodies found in this disturbing way, but forensics have also stated that the victims had undergone intense trauma from beatings and torture before being skinned alive. None of the skin from the victims have been recovered by the police, hence the Skinfreak name the media has dubbed this sick individual. Now, only a couple hours ago, when newfound evidence led police to the house of a local resident.
Gotcha!
What the?
Button fell off my jacket. Been looking for this guy for the past 5 minutes. Say, Belle, you shouldn't listen to such things tonight. Not now, at least. Don't want to scare yourself and be jumpy all night, would you?
No, I guess not. I'm already on edge as it is. Hey, I'm getting something to eat across the street. Want anything?
Nah, I don't eat gas station food anymore. Doc says it's bad for my complexion.
See yourself. I'll be right back.
Alright, we're going to the gas station. Yeah, we should probably free up space, true. I may not be an engineer, but this looks like it'll work to me. That's okay. Alright, we got it ready. Alright, off to Joe and Sons. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna go get some water as well, though, chat. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hello, Sebastian. Oh, you did voice acting for this game? Cool. House 2 demo came out recently? Oh, really? Nice. House was a cool game. Maybe I could check that out after this. Sebastian apparently voiced the epilogue and the businessman. Yeah, sorry, I was talking to Larksa for a little bit. She's not feeling well, so... You like eating sunflower seeds? I love sunflower seeds. I always eat too many though, and then my mouth turns in, like, gets so... It's just like too much salt. Like, fucks up your mouth. It's like when you eat too many, like, sour Skittles or, like, sour candy. The same
I
thing,
hope
but...
they have hot dogs. That would hit the spot.
You can eat them? Well, no. I mean, well, you can. I mean, the shells aren't gonna kill you or anything, but... Hope they have hot dogs that would hit the
Something
spot.
about a gas station dog that's been left out all day just speaks to the self-destructive side of me.
Assortment of salty snacks. I don't have much of a sweet tooth, but I'm a living salt mine, unfortunately. Animal crackers and popcorn. Maybe if I was at a circus, I would oblige. Wow, they're on sale. I'll take 20. You spin me right round. Enticing, but I could have gotten chips at the office. I want something else. Ice cream? Such mouth-watering flavors like polar pickled prune, mayo mustard mash, and Granny Fanny Bonanza. Okay, I made that last one up. Not really a soda gal. What do you want, girl? Oh, right, the hot dog.
Perfection.
There's one left for us.
And the last one, too. Maybe it's my lucky night. I think a healthy dosage of ketchup and mustard will be the right play to make. It'll help cover up the cardboard taste.
The destined glizzy. I'm in no need of carbonated sugar syrups right now. Thanks. Not on the job. I got a cold one waiting for me at home. Guess a lot of people go missing in this area. Oh, hell yeah. Hey, Kona represent. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, I need to dress my dog. Hello?
Hello? It's only $1. Guess I'll just leave it on the counter.
I mean, I kind of want to go back here, but I'm scared. Rat poison. Frozen hot dog links. I want mine a little warmer. La Llorona beer. Delicious. Whoa! Cowhead. Even in death, it can't escape cow tipping.
What the hell?
What the helly?
Won't budge. Is it stuck?
Don't you fucking start. What is happening? Can I take my money back? Yeah, I think their brain rot has affected me, Sal. The only reason I said it. Oh, we can actually just go back here. I'm dumb. Bunch of pills. I can't sure make out. I can't make out what the prescription is. Bessie. Ooh, more inventory capacity? Oh, hell yeah! Someone's TV corner. We have 4 inventory slots. It looks like there's still 2 more open, dude. How long is this game? I mean, not that I'm complaining, because this game is pretty good, honestly. Damn, look at them pixels.
I wasn't meaning to snoop, but I couldn't get out. Your front door is stuck. So, yeah. I put the money on the counter. If you could open the door for me, that'd be great.
You have real smooth skin. Not like mine, no. Mine's all wrinkled, like a raisin that's been left out in the sun all day.
Oh, thanks. You're so kind.
You like hearing a man compliment you, don't you?
Oh, that might have been a bad idea.
What's your name?
What's yours?
My name? Is that a riddle? I'm no good with riddles. You're a pretty little thing. You don't wear too much makeup. I like that. Guys and girls that wear too much makeup ain't natural. It's like you're wearing another face, someone else's skin. Feel like I can't get to know the real person. You know what I'm saying? You remind me of someone. Do you know who? Can you help me? Can you help me remember?
Can you tell me more?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you remember me like I remember you?
Get off me!
I'm sorry, he's sick.
Where's my Nelly?
What the? Nothing else on the computer. Ah. Aha. Oh yeah, this is the window we saw before. Oh, cool.
What the hell was that about?
Well, can I go back in? I don't want to see what was going on in there. I guess we're okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Jesus. I saw the car, but I didn't think it would fly. That actually fucking scared me. Oh, nice. Alright, well, we can still go to the 5th floor.
Great. His outage started last month. The breaker box kept freaking out and tripping. That was supposed to be fixed. Steve? Steve, you around? Well, at least I wasn't in the elevator yet. Might have been stuck. Getting the power back should be as easy as flipping the breaker, which is in the basement naturally.
Well, I don't have a oh. I was gonna say, I don't have a flashlight. Well, Steve's fucking dead. Sorry, Steve.
Help me. Silly goose, it's in your pockets.
Gave him the donut. Yeah, he's juiced up. He can fight the skin freak. Ooh, a Ouija board. Oh, this place is confusing already. I don't know, there's a barrel, not really sure. Oh, hi. Okay, maybe this area isn't as confusing as I thought. It seemed like kind of confusing, but I don't think there's that many paths. Ooh, an energy drink. Oh, more speed. Heck yeah. Interesting.
I think that should do it.
Somebody
That's what
behind me?
Steve did last time, at least. I really want to get out of here.
Steve's gonna be like right behind me. Oh. Right around the corner? Steve? Steve, I know you're about... maybe not. Maybe Steve is... Steve is probably dead. Heck, it should be here any hour, I would think. Oh. Go to the 5th floor. No, I don't have enough coins for the key yet, I don't think. I think we're still missing 1 coin, right? Don't I have 3 total right now? Or do I have 4? Now we have 4, I think. What the fuck? Can't catch that fish with my bare hands. Oh, dude, this game is crazy. It's like there's so much going on. Okay, let's go. Hold on, let's see if we can get the key. Oh, they stack. Well, I wish I had known that. Can she get the coins?
Help me
Silly goose, it's in your pockets.
Help me.
I know exactly where that is. Here you go, Belle.
Wait, did the game actually bug out? Unless... We've definitely found more than 2 coins. I didn't know they stacked, though. So I dropped it, but then... The fish ate it? don't know, it's just I could have sworn we had... I feel like we've definitely found it more than 2 coins, though. Or I feel like we should have a third, no? Yeah, when I dropped it... Yeah, when I dropped it on the floor, it like despawned the other one or something. This might actually be like this might actually be really bad. We might have like soft locked ourselves, but maybe there's more than. Maybe there's more coins we can find. I have an autosave before entering the building. Weird, it's a Polaroid picture of a shelf. Kind of strange to take a picture of something so innocuous. Gonna hold on to this, maybe it'll be useful down the road. Okay. Need to be on the lookout for that. But the thing is, it made a save when I was in the elevator chat. So unless you can load separate autosaves, which I don't think you can. Yeah, maybe I could use the mug. Become mincemeat if I try to go forward. Maybe there's a way to turn these off. Oh. Machinery, box. Oh, a coffee. Oh, it's been sucked bone dry. There was a man from Nantucket who was prescribed a Miralax and took it, and went home and shit in a bucket. Crash chute access. Gonna need a height boost. Oh, I need a ladder. Damn, there's so much stuff. Okay. Oh, let's go to the stairwell, I suppose. Oh my gosh. Okay. Man, I really hope I'm not soft locked though, dude. With the coins. $142 was on the vents. I don't know, man. I don't think so. Oh. I was reading chat, okay, dude? I'm sorry, I didn't fucking see the coin. Yeah. Kind of assumed as much. It wasn't like obvious enough. Yeah, I know it was glowing, but I can't see something I'm not looking at.
Aw, how cute! I've never
Aw.
seen you around before.
Cute? Insulting. I am a mean, sleek cleaning machine. Now, step aside, filthy primate. I have a job to do.
I'm Belle. It's nice to meet your acquaintance. You are?
I am Sir Charles II. My task is to ensure this building remains spotless. So please, for the love of all that is holy, wipe your feet before you traverse my gleaming halls.
Who made you?
So, who made you?
A gentleman by the name of Kentavious Covington sired me. A truly brilliant man. His brain was as sharp as his mopping skills. His knowledge of electronics only superseded by his way around cleaning a toilet bowl. The janitor of janitors he was. He made me to aid in his never-ending quest against dirt, crime, and unsanitary conditions.
What happened to him?
I'm sorry. I cannot discuss that. Tears will short my circuitry.
Why haven't I seen you around before?
I'm only activated after hours, when everyone has gone home. Which is a bunch of rubbish if I do say so myself.
Why only at night?
There was an, incident a couple of years ago.
Incident, you say?
Yes. There was this particular hypha who had a nasty habit of leaving her soda cans out and about, not even trying to find a trash can. So, one day, after she yet again spat in the face of common decency, I rolled up right behind her and gave her what for.
Dare I ask what a what for is?
I pinched her bottom, and thus ended my illustrious daytime career. I have been banished to this lonely
Hey, have you noticed anyone around tonight? Besides me and Steve, that is.
Hey, Kokuya.
Now that you mention it, I do believe I noticed another individual. They were down one of the dark hallways, though, and I was focused on a particularly infuriating stain. So I didn't pay them any mind.
See you around.
Yes. Now, don't go around making any messes, or I'll give that bum of yours a jolly good nip and twist.
There's a note here. Management ain't going to like this, but Jim, I need you to suspend working on that blasted air control. The wiring's more twisted up than my bowels after Taco Tuesday. I know we're not going to be able to turn the AC off until then, but we need to wait and get an electrician in here. Oops. Looks like there's a key on the other side of this gate. Wonder how I can get it. That's where I came from, isn't it? Or was it from over... Hold on a sec. Oh yeah, because I can't go... Skinfreak. What's up? Why? Oh, okay. Okay. Did you not buy it online? Oh yeah? Okay. Oh. Wait a sec. Is there... I only get so wrecked. I wonder if I can... Oh man, I don't know. I feel like we're supposed to have 4 coins right now, but we don't. Pour water on that. I don't know how I can catch the fish though. But I can try. Yeah, but guys, I've found, like, okay, some of you are fucking driving me crazy because I should have more than 3 coins right now. I found like fucking 2 already earlier. Kill the big fan in the vents. I don't need this mug anymore. Oh look, I don't need the mug anymore, chat, so clearly it's not used for the fucking fish. Like, I should have enough right now. Okay, well, we can go through the vent now. Is there anything on this floor? Oh, there's a card reader. I can't reach up there. I can't. Fuck, I'm confused. I get. Oh, okay. No. I'm not confused. All right. We just gotta go back in the elevator, back down, and then take the vent again. No, not here. Oh, hey, Psycho Station, thank you for the 29 months, and Butterfinger, thank you for the 4 months. Ooh, a ladder? Is that a combination? I don't think so. Graph showing something with a downward trend, I think. Looking at this board is making me bored. I'm almost thinking it isn't going to come in tonight. 2:45, oh jeez. Calendar's a few years old. Smells of leather. Oh. Hmm. Oh, I see. I don't know why it's like not next to it. I think that's fine. There's a black book that needs to be here, but I'm not sure. Oh. And then what? Do I also need the trophy, I guess? I assume. I think everything else looks fine. Yeah. Oh, a jack. I have no idea where this jack is used, though. Is there something heavy I needed to lift or like get past?
Alright, that's it. I need a nap if I'm going to be here the rest of the night. Just a 30-minute power nap. Karen's sofa always looked really comfortable.
Aaron's sofa. Yeah, maybe I... Curious if there's anything I missed in here. Or if, like, the coin came back. Harold's office. I don't even remember seeing that. Alright. Oh, what the? I didn't know there was music playing. I wanted to listen to that. It'll probably keep playing when we come back. What the? What was that sound effect?
From that school they keep you so fucking late again. I gotta break my back all day, working and providing for you two good-for-nothing meat bags, and cooking the food. Crust this up like I taught you. Don't throw away the skin this time. You know that's your daddy's favorite part.
What the? That was quite the nightmare. Oh wait, I can go back to bed again? Hello? Maybe I wasn't supposed to do that. Yeah, I couldn't open up the inventory. I was gonna try to, I was thinking about using the flashlight. Alright, well that's fine.
Alright, that's just a 30 Karen's sofa.
All good. I guess the song starts playing when you... Why is there no song playing this time? It's weird.
Don't throw it, you know.
Alright, let's not sleep again. Steve?
Hello.
Hey, Steve. Just checking to see you're still down there.
Sure am. Here all night.
Alright, see you later.
I guess he's fine. The computer has like a... Or if there was like another email or something. What the?
Jumpy.
Well, yeah, you scared the shit out of me.
Just looking for someone to sign.
How did you get in? Did the security guard up front buzz you in?
Nope, didn't see anybody. So I just walked myself right on in. Mind if I come closer?
Well, yeah, sure. Why couldn't you?
Just didn't want you to run away. Just need your cute little signature. Here all alone?
Yeah. Well, no, there's the security guard downstairs.
Didn't see no security guard. Don't forget the bottom, silly goose. Looks like everything's in order. Here you go. Careful now. It's heavy. Wouldn't want to damage those nice-looking hands, would we? What's in the box?
Important software.
Since you're here all alone, looking for some company?
I'm good, thank you. I'm going to be really busy.
I bet. I'll see myself out. You stay safe tonight.
Alright, weirdo.
What is this? Night of the Creeps? Whatever. Now that I have the software, I can start installing it on every computer in the office. Then I can finally get out of here and go home. I'm going to have to figure out how to get into all the offices, though.
I don't know if I need to stay on the PC while it does this or not. Here we can see. Oh, it doesn't let me leave, actually. Alright, well... We have a jack. Maybe we go... Do we go back down to... Wait, was it on floor 2 where we could boost... Maybe we could use the jack to boost up... Wonder how we get to the 7th floor. What just fucking happened? Is this game just like wait. What is going? I'm so confused. Oh. What the fuck? I wasn't even Okay. Oh, okay. So then this... I see. Was the spot where I could boost up on floor 3? No. Oh, wait, yes. Wait, no? Dude, I don't know. I'm so... No, this is just the card reader. Wait, there's probably a note, no? Aha. Okay. The trash fell to the 2nd floor. What the hell was that? Not sure we need the stool anymore. Grab it though. What the? Someone trying to scare me, Steve. Okay. Okay, let's go to the 2nd floor. Wait, we're on the 2nd. Aren't we on the 2nd floor? Am I blind? Is there a trash chute here that I'm just running past? No fucking way, dude. Well, I don't know. She said that it fell to the second floor, but I guess she's just trolling. Across from the elevator? Well, that's where the key is, but we can't... Okay. Quite a mess now. I bet that robot won't take kindly to that. Oh. Yeah, okay, I saw the trash chute here, but I don't see how this is gonna work, but I guess the robot's gonna... He's gonna somehow get in there? Oh, tell him about it.
Shame? Ooh.
Well, I guess whoever's in charge of keeping these hallways clean.
Oh! Out with it, woman! What do you mean?
There's quite a mess over by the garbage chute. Looks like the custodial staff has been lacking.
Out of my way, peasant!
Alright, he just goes through the wall. Of course.
See you around.
Yes, yes. Now, don't go around making any messes. Or I'll give that bum of yours a jolly good nip and twist.
See you around.
Yes, yes. Or I'll give...
I mean, he has the key now, but... Does he dump the trash somewhere? I don't know. Oh my god, wait, it's right there. Holy shit, I am actually legally blind. Okay, I'm gonna drop the stool. He sucks at games without chat. To be fair, I feel like I'm kind of distracted by chat a lot of the time, but I'm not blaming chat. I only have myself to blame. Okay, well, we don't have the keypad for this. We still don't have enough coins, man. Where's the janitor's... Where's the janitor's closet? Basement? That's kind of what I was thinking. There's actually so many... There's so much stuff to keep track of in this game, it's... kind of it's surprising. A lot of puppet combo games are like pretty straightforward, I feel like. Not all of them. It was definitely somewhere, yeah. Doesn't say that it's locked. I don't... Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think this is it. The fish has the key? The fish has the coin. But we don't have a way to kill the fish. Maybe we could use the mug to catch it? But I'm pretty sure our character threw away the mug. That's not an option. But that's where the breaker is. I was gonna say, I don't think this is it. Okay, I don't remember there being a janitor's closet. I feel like I probably found it, but... Harold isn't... The office kitchen, which is where I got the coffee upgrade. I don't know, we'll find it. It's all good. It'd be nice if it was like in the notes. Oh. Found it. Okay, there's a trash chute. Hook. Oh. Wait a sec. I was thinking I know what to use this on, but we used the robot to get... I guess we're gonna fish with this, then, maybe? Ooh, a backpack. Can't reach it. Oh shoot, I need the stool actually. Dang it. Alright, well... I guess we can drop the flashlight. I don't think we need to go down to the basement right now. Let's just have the lost and found bring me the stool.
Help me.
I know Here you go.
I am not interested in Pokemon games. Nice. All right. Well, that's nice, but maybe we can just use the hook to get the fish. Might just try that, honestly, see if it works. Maybe we don't even need bait. I know there was a fishing poster. Aha. Oh, he gave me a... Thank you, fishy. Alright, well, the case of the missing coin, I guess, was... not existent. Patty Cake's key. Doesn't feel like a horror game. That's great, man. Sorry, there's not jump scares every 30 seconds. I brought this for Fatty Cake's birthday. Wild that it's still inflated. He must keep blowing it up regularly. Pigs. What's up, Doc? When we used to go to the zoo, the penguins were my favorite to watch. They just looked so happy waddling around. Oh, the trophy! Where's little Bo Peep? Monkey. Patty Cakes adores the Marx Brothers. 547. Aha. Okay. That's for the locker. I think the archive is where I put the trophy, right? Or, yeah. Oh no, it reset itself. Okay, well that's fine. Don't I have to install the software everywhere? Yeah. I do. Fish tank. If I had a fish tank in my office, I wouldn't get any work done. I would just watch them all day. They seem so free, except for being trapped in a glass tank and everything. Pencils. Got a cutting course. Files that haven't been stored away yet, never to see the light of day again. Details the terrible earthquake the city experienced about 10 years ago. There's a blurb about a relief fund headed up by Mr. Bound. Grand opening of the building. Grandfather clock. The landscape is oddly tranquil. Whiskey, scotch, wine. Interview notes. Skeeter doesn't know how to use a computer, don't know why he applied. He's a vet though, so I wish him the best. If the office is ever invaded by VCs, I'll give him a call. Christopher had all the right answers. Smart, funny, good looking. I don't trust him. Next. Belle, she's a keeper. Isn't afraid when to say she doesn't know what she's doing, but willing to learn, which is the best skill. Evasive about her past, but we all have our skeletons. Has some real spunk and would give Karen a run for her money. I like her. From Newton, company's future. Bound, we've known each other for a long time. I don't mean any disrespect, but be realistic. Just sell the company to me and retire. You can go anywhere you want in the world, yet you choose to rot in that musty office of yours surrounded by dimwits. I'll take this company to new heights, starting by cutting off the dead weight. What do you say? The Newton. While I appreciate the offer, I can't imagine myself being anywhere else in the world. I built this company with my bare hands, and I enjoy working with the dead weights that I employ. You can kindly and considerably take your offer and shove it up your ass. Best regards, Mr. Bound. Oh. What the heck? Ball. Sink. Mine. Bowl. Easy clap. All right. Oh yeah, let's check the mail. So empty, so sad. Patty Cakes, the number one rule for using the computer is to not use the computer. Well, Fatty Cakes is trying their best. We need Harold. Oh wait, I didn't install it on mine? Oh right, I did Karen, but not mine. Shit. For some reason I was thinking I did mine. Oops. Just the lights. It's fine, chat. Alright. 547 is the locker combo. I can't remember where the locker was though. Maybe it's in my notes. Oh, in the stairwell. Alright. Let's go to floor 2. We can get to the stairwell. And then what else do we have? The lobby computer. Oh. Alright, max inventory, let's go. Heck yeah. I wonder if we're gonna make it to the 7th floor. Ready for a boss fight, yeah. Oh, that... Wait. Is this not... Wait, where's the lobby? I'm confused. We still need the card reader as well. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. That computer I was just next to. Well, I don't have notes for anything else, but maybe we can go into the... Maybe something will happen after I do this. I don't know. I'm not sure what else to do now. I don't have any notes left. All right. I'm kind of lost now. Not really sure where else to go. Maybe we can get into Harold's office through like the vents or something. Oh.
Steve, where the hell are you?
I don't need you.
Help me.
Let's go get the jack back. Maybe we can use it to lift up one of these gates. Yeah, we already went into that vent though, Civvy. Might be somewhere down here. Okay, well, it's not used here. And maybe we need to look... Yeah. Maybe we need to look, in the basement for Steve, or maybe I should try to interact with that door again. The broken gate? No, there's nothing in there. We already did the puzzle there. Maybe we can just go in? No. I don't know. I mean, I guess we can check the basement again. We need a card reader. The code in the trash bin was for the locker, which gave me the fanny pack. The thing is, though, there was this door down here, and I'm not sure what... Like, you can look through the window, but I don't really see anything. I don't think there's any vent in the basement. This is just the circuit breaker again. And over here was the stairwell. But it's locked. What is it that I'm missing? Man, I don't know. Yeah, Taco Beard, it is pretty...
What? The building
Oh.
is in lockdown? Hello?
Belle? Is that you?
Steve! Yes, I'm here!
Belle, we can't get out. We have to...
Steve, are you okay?
Don't worry about me, kid. I'm behind the security door. I've got the access key for the hallway gates, but I can't. Got to get to floor 7. The manual overrides. Unlock the building.
Okay, just hold on, Steve. I'm coming to you.
Aha. Look at them pixels. Hey, a Fire and Sif, thank you for the 66 months. Grunt Logic, thank you for the 28. Thank you, guys.
Police are still combing the wider metro area, looking for the serial killer known as Skinfreak. We still urge individuals to stay inside. We repeat, stay inside. We also ask that you report suspicious activity.
Oh, this is the one we saw before. What is this game about? It's about a killer that...
Oh my god.
Oh boy. Oh, the access card.
Someone's coming.
What the...
Help! Someone please help me! Steve! Belle! The basement! Please, it hurts!
Lucy's in trouble.
Let's go to the basement. We got a save file anyways. We're going for good ending. We're saving Lucy. Alright, well, time to check the basement again. I don't know where she is. Maybe she's in this room.
me, please! It burns!
Oh shit!
Oh boy. God damn it! It's fine, we got it this time. I think there's a speed buff we missed somewhere, or maybe it's... Hold on.
Help! Someone please! The basement!
Lucy.
Yeah, let's try to save her.
Help me, please!
Okay.
Oh shit!
Wait, what did I do? Oh. I'm gonna die again. Okay. Imagine dying twice. All right, what is the order here? It's
Help! Someone please! The basement!
Lucy's in
me,
Oh shit!
I don't even understand how anything. Whatever. Alright. Glass.
That was too fucking close.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, I'll lift up on 3. This is probably going to hurt. 1, 2, 3! Lucy, you hide out down here. The building is in lockdown, but there's a shut-off switch on the top floor. I'm going to go up there and flip it. When the building goes back to normal, you run out that front door and get some help. Sounds like a plan?
Yeah. Belle, please, be careful.
Okay, nice. Remember there was a card reader on like the 3rd floor? But maybe we'll get to it from here. Oh no!
Bella, I'm sorry, I don't feel so well.
Oh, Charles.
Terribly sorry. You have to get out of here, Bella. The garbage chute. There's a ladder.
Don't worry, Charles. We'll fix you right back up.
No, Bella. I think I'm ready to meet my maker again.
Oh, Charles, no! Didn't check the room, bro. What do you think's gonna be there? Wow, there's nothing. Pretty cool, dude. Like, literally told us where to go. Oh yeah, that's where I found the backpack. elevator doesn't work. Maybe there's something actually in here? Oh. Rip guy on floor 7. That's where we're trying to go, though. Aha. That's lovely. A little concerned. I think we have one more button left. Okay. I imagine our sprint speed upgrades are helping us a lot here. Flashlight sucks. Go! Now we're in the archives. I feel like there's one more energy drink somewhere, like a Spite can. Just open now. All right.
The 7th floor. Finally.
We made it. Oh, shit. The delivery guy, he's been completely skinned. Maybe this raised the gate in the hallway. Are there any energy drinks in here? Can we take the gun? Thank you, buddy.
Bill!
Oh, Harold.
You scared me. I didn't know you were here.
Harold, what are you doing here?
A funny thing. I fell asleep at my desk. Mr. Bond had me working on an important project.
What if Steve is this? Maybe it is Steve.
I only woke up when these alarms started going crazy. Then I left my office and started looking around for a way to get out of here. Hey, what's wrong? You look like you've just seen a ghost.
What were you working on?
What were you working on tonight?
Working on?
To be here so late, what were you doing?
Oh, just some last-minute reports for Mr. Bond.
Do you know where the manual override is?
No, just that it's somewhere on this floor. That's why I was up here. I'm sure we'll find it if we stick together.
Have you seen anything strange?
I don't know. I'm not sure why the alarm is going off all of a sudden, but I'm sure it's just a malfunction or something.
Not a chance. Look, something terrible has happened. People are dead. They were killed. We need to get out of here.
Killed?
I don't know if that's actually the Skinfreak or not. I feel like I'm getting... I don't know, I'm confused. I feel like I'm getting debated, but like...
Oh my god. can't tell who it is. Steve?
I think I'm gonna be sick.
I do have to put software on his computer, but I don't think we can go back. Oh, well. How the fuck? I don't think we can do this. Yeah, we're not really too worried about the software right now anyways. I'm not sure we can even shoot him. I'm still not, now I'm like not even sure if that's actually him.
There's something bothering me.
What? Besides some lunatic killing people?
When Mr. Bond had me come in, he said I would be the only one in the office tonight.
Okay. Guess he forgot that he asked me to stay late last week. You know how he is.
Why didn't I see you at any point tonight?
Am I on trial or something? Damn it, stop with the questions! Flip that switch over there and let's go! You can grill me some more after we get out of here.
Sorry, just trying to get things straight.
Belle.
Yeah. Is this where I started? Oh my god, dude. Maybe there's a path down here that I missed? I don't know, I feel... confused. Comfy, yeah, aren't you guys comfy? Holy shit, what even... Oh?
Is that
Looks nice.
sirens? Maybe I can get their attention some way.
Oh, help me. That's my bad.
Is that sirens? Maybe I can get their attention some way. Stay away from me!
Push the plank. I've played Quiet Place before, Chad. I'm an expert.
I thought we were friends, Ben.
What?
Who the hell is this?
See? Just a friendly face underneath.
Steve? You're... How?
I knew it! Oops. My bad. I let go of the mouse for a second.
Sirens? Maybe I can get their attention some way.
My bad, chat. I was repositioning in my chair. Can I shoot? Bruh. I only got one hand.
Stay away!
I thought we were friends.
What?
See?
You're...
Come on, Belle. come with me. I'm sorry I had to lie to you. About Harold, I mean. Nothing against the guy, but I couldn't tell you the police were looking for me. Could I? I'm glad we had one last night together, though. I wasn't expecting you to work tonight. Fate is funny, huh? I hid in the basement while the police searched the building. I was just about to leave. I had everything I needed and was going to leave the state. But then you walked in, Belle.
Oh, no.
And I needed your skin. Not for selfish reasons. I could always see your pain, you know. I admire your strength. I really do. But one look into your eyes, and I can see it. Now, wrapped around me, I'll be able to keep you safe forever. Isn't that a nice thought, Belle? I'll cut that beautiful skin of yours away, and I'll leave all the ugliness underneath.
Oh. Nice. What the? All right.
Oh, good, you're awake.
There's
Jesus,
Peggy.
Kid, you had one hell of a night.
She's so quiet.
Let me tell the doctor you're up. He'll explain everything. Just sit tight and don't strain yourself.
Yeah, I can't believe I've been playing this game for 5 hours. What the heck?
All right, sweetie, he'll be with you in just a moment.
Honestly, it's probably like I did kind of get stuck a bit more than I probably should have. Oh, ruh-roh.
Doctor, I think someone is in the room.
Wait, did they mention what happened to Lucy? The software, I don't think you can do the software chat. You called the police, yeah.
After a brief psychological breakdown in state the Pleasant Insane Asylum, Belle has reintegrated herself into the real world. Her whereabouts could not be confirmed. It seems she has gone into hiding as press, authors, and reporters were pressuring her every day and night for all the gory details in search of selling a sensational story. Steve is dead. Her father is dead. yet the scars still remain as she tries to capture the one thing that has eluded her all these years: a normal life. And yes, she definitely did get a badass hook on her right forearm. While we don't know where she is, we can be sure that she is not sleeping easy these days. Recently, it has been reported that Steve's, now known as the infamous Skinfreak, grave has been dug up almost a year after the events of that fateful night. His body is now missing. The county sheriff's department has blamed it on a practical joke by teenage kids.
Question mark. What happens if I press load game? Just out of curiosity. Maybe there's something else, but I kind of doubt it. It's probably just gonna take me back. Yeah, we're just here. Okay. Hold on, I want to check the achievements though. There is an achievement. Yeah, okay. There's one speed upgrade we missed. And then there is... You can actually install all the software, apparently. I don't know how, and I would need to restart the whole game, so I'm not going to do it, but... Apparently you can install all the software. I don't think there's another ending. Well, there's... Actually, there's killed by the Skinfreak, so I guess we could just let him kill us. Only half done. What do you mean, bro? Just an achievement. I think I can just let him kill me here. Aha. Yeah, I'm not sure there's even another ending, guys. I think just installing the software, like, I guess maybe I was supposed to, I don't know, maybe there's like a key you can get for Harold's office. I'm not really sure, but yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go use the restroom, chat, and then maybe we could finish Hellmart. Yeah, it's just a demo, but we can finish the demo. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. I gotta say, overall though, I think that was a pretty fun game. It was decent for sure. Well, we were thinking about doing some co-op with the lads, but I think it's probably a little bit too late. And I see, excuse me, I see Ella is playing Skinfreak now as well, so maybe another night, I suppose. Oh yeah, we were talking about doing the House 2 demo. We could do that instead of... Larks is okay. She's just chilling and watching a movie. All right, I'm downloading House 2 because I do kind of want to check the... I do want to try that, actually. All right, I'm booting it up. What? Maybe I'll just play with controller. The first game of this was really cool, chat, so I'm excited for this, actually. I hope it's good. I'm on controller, so this is kind of weird. Okay, maybe I'll just use keyboard mouse. Been so long since we left that house, but I still dream about it sometimes. Oh, I can sprint. They changed the art style. Yeah, this art style is a little different. I do kind of prefer the original art style, but at the same time, I'm not opposed to this. Okay. That was Jim Carrey. I'm glad that you can still sprint, thank goodness. Ever since we left the house, everything has felt so strange. Waking up to a new day every day, going through the motions, doing ordinary things. Feels wrong somehow, to feel safe, to feel like I've found a place that feels like home. This is like the same layout as the first game. Is the game sound too loud, by the way, chat? I don't know, I feel like maybe it's a little too loud. Two AM. Oh no, not again. How do I press? Enter? Dude, hello? Just plugged in? Okay, wait, we can turn on the light. Oh no, we can't. Oh god. Oh! Sorry, fish. Oh god. Oh! Oh! Yeah, you stay right there. Holy sh... Oh. 8. No way. I remember there's like an item you can get that makes your stamina better in the first... Okay, wait, there's an 8 there. There's no number here. Is there a number in here? 4. Okay, wait, 4, 8. Four, 8, 5. Banana. What were the numbers, Chad? 8, 4, 5? Oh! Oh! God damn it! We got a 1. Two. One, 2, 9. How do I... Oh. 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 No! Oh god! What am I... I'm so bad at the controls, dude! What is that? Trash can. Five. 2. 524. Your 4-year-old cousin beat this game with 0 deaths. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. All right, 9. 5. 958. Oh! Walk away from me, man. Wait, I don't see it. What? Can't go in there? Maybe it's too late in the day, Chad. Maybe I shouldn't have slept. Maybe I need to reset. That's it? Oh. Jesus, dude! Out? Did that close the game? He's so bad. Okay, dude. What do you want me to do against that guy? He's crazy. I remember there was like some Easter eggs you could do with the TV in the first game. Wanna watch something? What's up, Tabby? Yeah, I think sleeping was a bad idea. Because the thing is, so the way that this game works is that like the deeper into the night you get, the more fucked up things become and you start getting killed. So you want to do things during the day before stuff comes to kill you. But it seems like you can't get the gun until it's nighttime. Can I look away? Do I like have to do this? Surely there's a way to like look away. I don't know if this is meant to just be like scary or if there's something actually with this. That fucking face. Can I talk to Mom? Hi, sweetheart. What are you doing awake? I know it's not much, but I hope you two girls like living here with me. Don't stay up too late now, okay, sweetheart? See, this is why I don't fly. Oh, the kitty! Meow. Oh, I never went in here. Oh. Oh. Hello. Hey. This is strange. The timing is off. It's all wrong. Shouldn't be here. Sorry, see you around. Disc. Can I put this in the TV? Arc station. Miko's curse. Been years. Why would she go back? Dear Kimiko, I'm sure you and Father are worried sick about me. I've gone home to be with Mother. I hope you'll come visit us soon. Your sister, Yukiko. 27. Ikiyama Court. There's a green herb. That's the way you came from. Miko, what are you doing here? Couldn't find mommy anywhere. Letter? I didn't send you any letters. Can't remember anything. Closed my eyes and woke up here. Can't do this again, please. Die. Plus XP. Oh, what? He respawned? Oh, what did I just do? Shit. I'm not just hitting buttons. I press space. Oh, I see. Oh, we got a crit. What? Well, I guess you could farm XP. Ew. Oh. Oh, I got battery. And block? Oh. Wait, you're right. Yeah, attack, block, shoot. But we don't have a gun yet. No. Two hits. No! You can't hold the block forever. Okay. That's fine. You think the art style is better in the first? I still think this is... I mean, I don't know. The art style's like, it's definitely different, but... I think the charm of the first game is still there. Alright, my food just got here, chat. And... Oh, that's what the character said. Yeah. Sorry, somebody said that earlier about the... Okay. My food just got here. I think I might just call the stream here. I've been streaming so much lately, chat. I would like to play more of the House 2 demo, but I might just wait for the full release. I don't want to learn too much about the game, to be honest. I'll probably just wait for the full release. A lot of the time with demos, it's like, you know, you play and you learn like an hour or two of the game, and then when it releases, you know, the first hour or two, you're just like, just repeating everything.